enjoyed it. We sell them in pot. Come see me again.
Join in the party!
I'm too far!
This hatch leads right to the killer signal. I'm close. Sorry, not sorry.
Look all around. I've nothing to hide. We both kill others because we are kind. The souls I have saved are there on the slides, smiling forever. They don't seem to mind.
A pile of Froyo cups. And they're branded. Can't be too many thriving Froyo businesses around Kairos, right? A machine for cranking out Froyo, huh? This thing's seen a lot of use. Way more than some guy with a sweet tooth. Someone's been selling the stuff. There's Harper. And all these other victims. They all match up. This was all a setup from the start. Carefully planned. I'm close. Very close. God, this is dark. Even for me. These are the victims, and these are Froyo spots? He's disguising himself as a Froyo guy. So he can't be far. Better check the launch pad.
Everything.
If you're here for the Frogurt guy, you just missed him. He ran off towards that old barn on the edge of town. He said some weird rhyme about smiling. I wasn't really paying attention. I'm still waiting for my freaking sprinkles, man.
Time to put this guy on ice.
Welcome, Vault Hunter. Do you not see? Those seeking freedom I make truly free. A sprinkle of sugar, some ice, and a smile. Isn't it nice to forget for a while?
More auger zombies! Can you say that again?
When was the last time you felt free of your burdens? I can take you there if you let me. I can take you there.
So what? You slice people up or zombify them and call that freedom? Time to die, asshole. Finally, it's over. Arwa. I know it's a small consolation, but the killer won't be hurting anyone else.
Oh, thank the Maker. And don't worry about me. My vengeance on that bastard will be living well. For Vanth and Limos. Farewell, Vault Hunter.
Another step closer.
You're trying to trick me!
Fast guns, fast kills. You are all the red flags in one creep.
Now I'm mad! Okay, like always.
Timekeeper, it was me. See ya.
Life is easier when you fit in. Accept the Dominion way of doing things. You'll be glad you did. And you won't be in prison.
You folks just don't know when to quit. Hey, something! Well, how do you kick it up? Yeah! I'm not the only one smelling this Yahoo, right? And I thought me and bad.
I did that. Organite break.
I will make it even shorter.
Sorry, not sorry. Bad guys down. What's next?
Quickly, restore power to the door switch before more show up. The power pylon's wellspring. Put them back in sequence.
The Order's light guides us.
More of you jerks? Can't you see I'm busy?
Ah, yes. What the Order lacks in intelligence, it makes up for in irritatingly quick response times. Have at them!
die every so often to really feel alive. Try hard, Spotted.
Citizens are advised to appreciate what they have, as it can be taken away at any time.
Neutralize!
All hunters must be eradicated.
Damn it!
You dare defy the Keeper?
Moving forward! I had a dream just like this!
You lose.
For me now!
I'm rushing! I'm rushing!
Hold on! If I just hold on!
Maybe this one'll get him!
A disappointing way to perish.
Bye!
Excellent. Power restored. Punch the door switch, and you'll have access to the holding bay.
Sweet. Door's taken care of.
Inside is what I call the VIT area, for very important trades. Never caught on, but I bet my beard you'll find an ordinite capacitor there.
This looks like it'll do the trick. Thanks, Calder.
The mountain stands behind the Crimson Resistance Wellspring. Now go pee in the Timekeeper's oatmeal.
Zadra, I have the goods. Do you still think the Timekeeper can be reasoned with? 'Cause this is last call.
This is all so much for me to process. 1,000 years spent by the Timekeeper's side. In all those centuries, he was constant, unchanging, as steady as a clock. I want to believe this sadistic tyrant isn't the Timekeeper I knew, but my great fear is that he was always this way. That for 1,000 years I was blind. And there will be no changing him now. Do what you must, Vault
Be
Hunter.
advised, your area's Vault Hunter's threat level is orange, indicating a high risk to individuals and property.
Where have you run off to, Vault Hunter? Turned away so easily?
You'll see, asshole.
I've remotely attuned the capacitor from my lab to attract the targeting system, but you'll need to clear the area of order before we begin.
Like y'all said,
You are not worthy of ascension, Vault Hunter. Come closer. Let the flame of judgment cleanse you.
What the?
This is frightfully fun!
Watch yourself! Like the cold brother, Don't push me! Gotta do better than that, Smoker! Wow!
Plaza's clean, Zadra. Now what?
Place the capacitor within targeting range. It should lock right onto it. But be prepared. There's no going back after this.
What about me? I'll be in targeting range too.
Well, then you'll have to be quick.
It's working!
So easily goaded.
Echo.
Emergency fast travel successful.
You're all right.
Just like new.
He laid a trap for us. He knew to target your echo.
Maybe you underestimated him.
I've watched him work for 1,000 years. He's slow to react for fear of upsetting the plan. That was improvisation.
I need a gun.
This proves it. He is capable of changing. There is a way for me to fix this. Without killing him. I need to know you will only pull the trigger if you are sure it is the only option.
I'm sure.
I see. I did underestimate you.
The vault must stay closed. I thought you understood. Why else give me the tools I needed?
They are not tools! They are people! We enslaved them! I enslaved them.
Zadra, where's your commitment to my order? You've grown so sentimental.
Perhaps you could, too.
Who says I haven't? Why else am I having so much fun while it all comes apart?
Vault Hunter, I know he's making you watch. You were right. No plan survives. Everything breaks. Everything.
Well, just us now. Was this the loud ending you wanted? Guns blazing, fresh blood on your hands?
She was right. I have changed. And it's thanks to you. You've shown me something so much stronger than order. Mayhem always wins. Which means someday, I will be free. But you won't be there to watch.
An echolog?
If you're hearing this, I'm dead. Inconvenient, certainly, but the fault rests with me and the timekeeper alone. From the moment I stepped back into the city, I knew I'd need to account for the possibility. As such, I've left you and the Crimson Resistance a parting gift in a location called the Data Dump. Trust your friends to help you, Vault Hunter. And good luck.
In your final moments, I need to know you forgave me. My absolution. In the data dump. Data dump? I don't understand, Zadra. But I trust you. I'll find it. And I won't let you down.
You think you're special, don't you? What did Zadra say? Everything breaks? Well, I don't. And if my bolt is insufficient, I'll break you with my own bare hands. You have no path forward. I've locked down the Terminus District, and with it, my Ascension Tower. Enjoy your last moments.
Here comes the pain!
Back and go with me. Oh, yeah.
as long as I'm showing you the ropes, I should show you the town too. First off, if you're in Dominion City, my condolences. I spent decades thinking of nothing but escaping this big hunk of urban decay. But if you're out to smash the Timekeeper, I guess you can't avoid his home turf. Now, Dominion's got 3 main districts, each of them themed after the other regions of Kairos.
Rush, I'm in a jam. I'm on my way to a place called the Data Dump to retrieve something Zadra left for us before she...
Before what? Did something happen to Zadra? Did the Timekeeper?
He used me to do it, Rush. It was... Listen, I need your help. If Zadra really did leave a dump of data, I'll need Conway's expertise to sift through it.
Absolutely. Let me know when you get there. We'll do what we can. And hey, I don't care whose finger pulled that trigger. You didn't kill her. You hear me? The Timekeeper did. So let's make sure he pays for it.
You wish you could control me!
When I was...
I am so competent at this! So easy.
Signal.
About to inflict some dread!
Be advised, the latest plague is not an excuse for delayed or stopped productivity.
Rush, Conway. I'm at the data dump. Looks like it's a net cafe? There's a computer here asking for a password.
Maybe it's something to do with the order. Timekeeper, but all the E's are 3's? No. Try a birth here.
Wait, her last words. Everything breaks. Worth a shot.
Password accepted. Information transfer initiated. Whoa. Zadra wasn't kidding. She left us everything. Order databases, command scripts, blueprints, you name it.
I need to get back to the Terminus district. How about a way to lift the lockdown?
I think so, but it's gonna take some elbow grease. I need you to make your way to a Ripper encampment nearby. And, fair warning, things are about to get ugly.
What else is new?
Be advised, for your Travel between city sectors has been locked down.
So what exactly am I in for here, Conway?
Well, I'm directing you right into the middle of a Ripper order skirmish with the hope of an Order General showing up. Sorry.
And we want an Order General showing up because...
Because only Order Generals have the authority to override a lockdown. If you want back into the Terminus District, you have to enter the command script into a General's drop pod. Again, sorry.
Why are you all the way over there, huh? Let's get to you now! The knife! It's go time! Bolter's gotta die!
Time to knock out this to-do list.
The timekeeper will be so disappointed.
Consistency is key. Chaos is the lock.
I can take all your fighting!
They're really at each other's throats. When the General shows up, am I just supposed to ask him nicely to enter the code, or...
According to Zadra's files, I can stop the General's drop pod from digistructing away. Okay, you keep him occupied, and I'll disable his pod's digistruct capabilities.
Out of time, clockwork!
There! That pod's not going anywhere. Well, not for... hopefully at least a minute.
Yeah.
I'd get Echo 4 to enter the command fast if I were you.
You heard him, Thor. Get to it!
This command script's gonna take time to upload. Hold him off!
This is frightfully fun!
Regret that.
Here comes the pain! Conway, rush! That did it! The way's open to the Terminus District! I'm headed for the Timekeeper's Tower.
What's this? Even in death, Zandra betrays me. Why do you refuse to break? You saw what I made you do to Zandra. And yet, you continue to provoke me. I will not warn you again.
Your fear-mongering days are over, Timekeeper. The Vault Hunter brought courage to Kairos.
We are no longer isolated from one another. The Vault Hunter has united us toward a common purpose. Resistance.
Thanks to the Vault Hunter, Kairos knows there's a way to live beyond the grasp of your bolt and your order.
You can't control us anymore, Timekeeper. No matter how hard you try.
Then you've left me no choice. If humanity can no longer be maintained within the bounds of resistance friends seem so eager to run their mouths. I'll start with them.
You had a good run. Can't complain about that. What a killer friend. Always feels good. You almost beat me. Almost.
Question none. Withhold none. I will give it seems some remedial instruction. Now pay attention.
You're dead to begin with. I hate those things.
I can
The time
smell
is
your
gonna
fear
love
from
me.
here.
Coming in!
I made this for you.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, data scrubbing is against Dominion City policy. It is easily logged and audited. And we're always watching.
Many have asked if I am a god. True, I may possess infinite clarity, wisdom, and patience. But unlike me, gods are merciful. Do not mistake your bolts for shackles. I have set you free. Free from the indignity of mediocrity. Free from the strife of difference. Free from the burden of choice. You're welcome. hate your happiness, which they cannot
I think I'm so awesome when I kill your ass. It hurt pretty good. Closer and closer. What?
Get over it!
Nico, the aimless, the ambitious,
Concerned about illegal horde attack? We are holding a good old-fashioned odd magnetizing in the town square. Any citizen bringing otter tech to be destroyed will be applauded.
been in service to you. Every night I dream only of how to save you from yourselves. But I can only give so much. I can show you the way to eternity, but you must walk the path, or perish. The Order stands united, timeless, resolute. But our strength is rooted in concord. Should you falter, should you speak one word of question, step one foot out of line, think one independent thought, I will make you beg for oblivion.
Vault Hunter, I'm feeling stronger now, and I think I know why I came here to Kairos.
What do you remember?
I remember so many endings, all different, never peaceful. They all run together, but there is one constant. I find myself in a shadow, and when I look up, I see a towering wave of death that crashes down no matter what choices you or I make. Whatever caused it has already happened, and we're running out of time to prepare. I know what that shadow is, Vault
Remember,
Hunter.
data scrubbing is against Dominion
War is
City
coming,
policy.
and
It
I
is
know if
easily
you don't
locked
open
and
that
audited,
vault,
and
no
we're
one in
always
the Six
watching.
Galaxies survives.
You know, now that I'm actually free, I've been asking myself why I want to be a Vault Hunter. You know, it's one thing to fantasize about being a treasure hunting killer when you're trapped in a 14-hour factory shift and just trying to mentally escape. But it's a whole other thing to actually do it. Because Vault hunting's not all loot and gun smoke, you know? It's exhausting. You've always got a target on your back. Something always wants to kill you. So why not just run somewhere safe and hide away? I'll tell you why. Because I've spent my whole life dreaming of freedom. Hiding out, that's not freedom. That's just another way of letting the timekeeper control me. No, the best way to show I'm free of that bastard is to do the one thing he hates most. Vault hunting. And I promise you, I'll keep at it until one of us is dead.
Be advised, dress for success. Citizens who display their individuality will be corrected.
I will not fail!
I'm invalidating your processors!
What the shit?
I made this for you!
I'm in pain!
Embrace border. Target beyond effectively. Blight.
You mine! Don't push me! Damn it! Kyle Werther's stand against me.
What a killer friend!
You must censor out me.
Guess even I make mistakes. What a tragic thing to learn. Tell the timekeeper it was me! Time's up for you! Looks like I've got to restore power. Now, where's that pylon
We
thingy
haven't shot
hiding?
anything in like minutes. Gonna make everyone proud. Moving in.
Vault Hunter, I know what you're doing. I know you're fighting to end this, to break Kairos free. I wanted to tell you something. I'm watching. I'm always watching.
They are watching. Helpless. It's all they can do. I've taken them all.
For millennia, I held the vault closed on my own. It wasn't until people arrived with their messy free will that things began to break.
It's time to clean the slate. Remove these bugs in the system. Stop merely watching and start anew with just a vault and its timekeeper.
I'll kill you before you can hurt them.
Do what you do best, Vault Hunter. But you may find yourself breaking open a prison full of empty cells.
Or simply curl up and die in the poison gas. If that's what you choose to do. Free will is a complicated thing.
Vex, don't think I've forgotten about you.
Super not the time, dude. Got a planet of possessed people to free.
You don't care about the people of Kairos? You're here for the vault. You're just a murder tourist. A grave robber, shooting and looting your way through piles of people who never wanted you here. You already doomed this planet and all the others when you freed Lilith. Hell follows her, and now there's no stopping it. So don't talk to me about saving your friends. At least they'll get to die without feeling your hands around their throats.
You have seen this place. I built it for Zadra. She had a soft spot for plants. And I suppose I had a soft spot for her. I won't make that mistake again.
me to actually die, right?
There are so many lost, forgotten souls trapped in the face. I wanted to give them a chance to meet you.
Welcome to the pain, big guy. Death to a life imitated. So easy.
Felt that in my stomach! There's blood in the...
Reap their souls, spectral servant. You go, ghoul. Textbook.
I'm not gonna stop, Vault Hunter! Not till one of us is dead. Vault Hunter, don't know what's going on up there, but whatever you're doing, do it fast. Levine and all the other bolters are acting real crazy.
He's going to kill everyone on Kairos. You have to take him out. Lilith, can we get to them? Not in time. Vault Hunter, you can do this.
This was personal from the start. You're a vault hunter, antithetical to my order. The vault will stay closed.
Ha! The command bolts will open the way. This one's for you, Zadra. Is the timekeeper's ego. Gotta be close now.
I enjoy the moment to myself. Stargazing. Join me, if you like. Just think, Vault Hunter.
If you had never arrived, we would still have futures, gleaming and bright, within the Timekeeper's crystalline order.
But now we all will die. Every last soul. Because of you and your chaos.
All I have ever known is forever. That is my use. Forever. Here. As the clock ticks, I remain still. My order is eternal. You are a moment that shall soon pass. So let's enjoy it.
Your death will be my design.
No one will remember you.
You're dead.
This is positively invigorating. The chaos you bring, it's exhilarating! It's a dissolution.
Better dodge. He's quick.
I'll wipe the slate clean.
Can't stand still.
You are a fluke, an aberration.
Can't stand still.
mighty. Do not run.
Boom time!
Your move.
Temper tantrum, huh? I'll outrun him.
All things in. Enough! Free will. A rampant tumor, killing my perfect system.
Ugh.
And why should you get to be free? All you do is destroy, while I must hold back chaos for eternity!
You think you're the prisoner? You did all of this yourself!
Is that what I look like through the eyes of a Vault Hunter? Someone who has a choice. I was given an order.
Death to a life imitated! What is happening with your face area? Just missiles? Yawn. Boo! Well, that's just fancy. Damn, don't want to catch those rays. Praise you, shadows! Give him a fright!
Behold my judgment. Everything breaks. Even cages.
So, the Timekeeper's order was perfect. It was supposed to last forever. But, Vault Hunters, they have a way of screwing up your plans. A Vault Hunter is more than a warrior. More than a treasure seeker. A Vault Hunter is a force of nature. They live on the borderlands between order and mayhem. A Vault Hunter is the universe's way of righting the scales when they're tipped. Kairos would never be a prison again. But for the Vault Hunters, there was one last door to open.
Finally! Time to open that vault.
Thought you'd be in the vault, huh?
RJ?
That's me, the unchosen one. Could have been a vault hunter. But too late for that now.
Those powers are killing you. Maybe Lilith could help.
I don't want to talk to Lilith! I want to be free. One way or another! I have to stop
Vault
you.
Hunter, we're going to find you. He's trapped you in the phase, but I can get to you. Stay alive.
I'll keep coming! I'm so... She's just using you!
I made this for you! Dude, calm down!
Flames and flames and flames and flames!
What?
I'm there and here and gone!
All in the bar!
Shiver at the sight!
You're telling me that, RJ! Not afraid of a little weather?
Ignite the darkness!
Your priorities suck!
Success, Terra burns!
I'll just end you in slow motion! RJ, you got your wish. Kairos is free. I'm sorry you had to pay the price.
I found you.
Vault Hunter. Grabbed you just in time.
Where are we?
The Timekeeper's vault. RJ ambushed you on your way through the arch, but I found you in the phase.
I tried to save him. He saved me once.
I know. But what was done to him couldn't be
Undone. You can't always save your friends.
Trust me. As for the vault, it looks like this is the motherlode. Look around for loot and let me know when you want to go inside. Come on, let's see what the Timekeeper was guarding.
What are you expecting to find?
I have no idea. I saw so many futures.
But the moment I entered the vault, it was just blackness. Looks like this is the end. I don't get it.
What is this?
There is no what here. Only a when. Like you said, this is the end. This place is not a place. It's a moment. The last one. We're in the deathbed of the universe. It's dying in silence. And the last thing anyone hears will be us.
Who are you?
I am all that's left. I need to give you this. Take it. This is a spark. You cannot stop what's coming. But with it, you might survive. Not to be ungrateful, but what does that even mean? You'll figure it out, killer. You should go now, while there still is a now. What about you? It started with fire. Now it ends with fire. I'll keep the lights on as long as I can. I think we got what we came for.
What are we doing?
There are threats all across Kairos, and we're gonna need to gear up to take them on. Sanctuary's a wreck, so we'll use Moxies as a base camp. Just don't tell Claptrap. Hey, killer. Just because the time keeper is dead doesn't mean the Crimson Resistance's work is over. If anything, it's just begun.
One person's junk is another's. It's free to look. Oh, if you see a dictator today,
Zane's been cooking up some aftermarket mods for your guns. Check in with him.
Got a little development on the old weapon design front I think you'll enjoy. Scoot yourself right along to one of me brand new upgrade machines, and I'll give you a rundown of the firmware transfer system. Always nice to see someone who can follow basic instructions and isn't a complete gobshite idiot. Let's do this proper like. Welcome to the firmware transfer interface, where the truly discerning weaponry connoisseur can up their game for the right price. I've made the process so simple, even a psycho could do it. Just open the interface. See, these minted manufacturers are preventing you from using what's yours as you see fit. Flint's Firearms believes in the right to warfare. With my machines, you can rip the firmware from any of your gear and install it into any other gear of the same type. Presto, bleeding, changeo. Choose the gear you want to get the firmware from. Choose the gear of the same type you want to put the firmware in. And pay the piper. I know, it's pricey, but trust me, it's worth it. And I'm the only one who can do it for you. But better me making the money than the megacorps, no? Oh, and the process is a wee bit buggy. So just be aware that ripping the firmware out will obliterate the original piece. And that's all there is to it. No refunds. Best of luck out there. shape-shifting wares. Once purchased, Maurice's inventory will shed its old modifiers to display new, fresh frills on the same items as before. But a snarl of caution. This cowardly machine flees to a new location after a short time. So feast on Maurice's bounty while it is red and dripping. And of course, the first taste is always free. But then, the hunger. If warm bloods wish to tear each other's throats, Maurice will serve. Your credits are a worthy trip.
Now it's time to put all that gear and your skills to the test. Moxie's got yet another side business she wants to show you. Go chat with her.
Hey, big spender. I've got something to thrill ya. You might have seen my big encore machine around the lairs of various baddies. Maybe even used a couple. Well, the studs and babes in the lab have been working to kick 'em up a notch and put on a real show. We've got one ready and waiting for you. And don't worry, I already have plenty of cameras set up so no one will miss the bloodshed.
Yeah, you're scared, ain't you? Good! Oh, yeah!
Are you scared yet?
Wanted to kill one of you scales. Frickin' hi!
Aw, does this hurt your soul?
What's everybody like?
What a show, sugar. You know just how to make a girl's day. I'll be sponsoring fights all over Kairos, so keep an eye out. Mwah. See you around.
You lived to tell the tale. I'm impressed, killer. Come back and let's talk.
Okay, there's one last thing, and I'm gonna run you through it myself. You've proven you're a Vault Hunter a few times over now, but I want you to become the ultimate Vault Hunter. If you're looking for a challenge, prove yourself an ultimate Vault Hunter to increase the strength of enemies across the world. They'll pack extra punch, gain some new skills, and drop even better loot. To unlock levels, you have to complete wildcard missions. They'll be familiar, but with some serious twists. I can send you on one now if you want to get started on your path to Ultimate Vault Hunter. Just hit me up when you're ready.
Ah, yes, our gunslinging help. I am Leader Yorick of the Technologists. And my, look at you. The universe gives with both hands sometimes.
With that tone of voice, I'd rather you didn't look at me, actually.
Of course. To the point, Carcadia is in shambles. Power, water, fast travel, vending machines, all on the blink.
That other stuff I can live without, but the vending machines? I draw the line there. How can I help?
Start with the power. Use those sinuous legs of yours to find the core electrical relay,
Yorick's demeanor is off-putting, but you're doing Carcadia a great service. The other two house leaders could use your assistance as well, if you have a moment.
You see those infernal Ripper orbs? They're scrambling the power circuits. Have at them.
A few bullets should take care of these bad boys.
Deliciously done. Just flip the switch to reactivate the grid. Carcadia is powered once more. Now, to finish the job, find the valves to get our water flowing. And while you're about, restore our key systems. It's a simple matter of electrical rerouting.
Dude, aren't you the tech chief here? Shouldn't you be handling that?
With a fresh manicure. Are you mad? No, Yorick, don't be angry. They can't understand how offensive they've been. Give it a few cranks, would you?
Why do I feel dirty doing this?
Ravishing. Now flip the relevant switches, and Carcadia will be restored to technical glory, such as it is.
That should do the job.
So efficient for a member of the proletariat. Bravo.
Thanks? Levain, any ideas percolating about that command bolt?
Only that it's certain to be with Callis, but that's the thorny bit. We've no idea where her base is. She's almost invisible to us. Strange, no?
Okay, water's flowing again.
Impeccable work. Levain was right. You are an enticing specimen.
Yorick, really? Vault Hunter, I appreciate the help, but something rather urgent has arisen. It's Zane. After you left, I went to check on him, but he was just gone. I can't even raise him on comms.
I'm afraid...
He went out for revenge on Callis.
Precisely. Please, can you track him down before he tries to take on the entire Ripper army? Head southwest for Firedust Bridge, and quickly. I'll direct... you from there.
Zane's recklessness, it can be so taxing. At first, I found his unpredictability enthralling, but after our 20th daring escape from death, I realized he can't not live on the edge of disaster. He just does Zane.
Wait a sec. If Zane disappeared without a word, how do you know where to start looking?
An astute and awkward question. In our days together, we used to track each other. Well, I never stopped.
What a deeply normal relationship you two have.
His signal, rather oddly, trailed away beyond that bridge. He's as solid a lead as we'll get. If you couldn't tell, our dear Zane isn't much of a planner.
I'm at the bridge, Levain. I don't know how Zane got across. Rippers have definitely messed with it.
Sadly, I'm not surprised. But the plateau on the other side is where Zane's signal gave out. Look for a way to lower the bridge.
Let's hope this does something. Okay, it's a start, at least. Now for the other half. Well, shit. Plan B time.
Feel free to demolish anything in your path, by the way. I know you Vault Hunters enjoy your spirited mayhem.
Nice.
Well done, darling. Now hurry to the other side. I'll mark Zane's last coordinates from before his tracker faded away.
Weird. After all this time, why would the signal suddenly peter out?
I truly can't guess. I just hope we're not too late.
Vault Hunter! Hey! It's Quint! Help me with these jerks, okay?
Make it stop!
Phew! I was hoping you'd come. Praying, actually.
Quint? What are you doing here?
Zane said he needed a trusted lookout for an important
mission. But he said I'd work too.
You're with Zane? Perfect. Where is he now?
He went ahead into the abandoned order refinery.
A while ago. Too long, honestly. There are tons of rippers in there. I can't call him either. Comms go haywire when you get close. Something's interfering with my signal.
Levain, I found Quint. Zane dragged him along. Turns out comms around the scrapyard are being blocked somehow.
That may explain why Callus has been so invisible to us. Perhaps she's trying to prevent the Timekeeper from finding out what she's...
Damn, comms really are on the fritz. Shut tight. No harm in knocking, I guess. Delivery of... what do rippers like? Spines! Lots of them!
What? Didn't you hear the main gate's closed, moron? We've got some fast-talking merc prowling around. Go to the back entrance. And you gotta have the password. Boss sent the memo out to the camps. Didn't you get it?
I forgot. On account of being a dumb ripper. Let me check again. Quint, can you hear me? The front gate's sealed, but they have the password at the ripper camps nearby. I'll check it out. Meet me at the side gate, okay?
A blind date? I mean, I'm game, I guess, but so you know, I have a severely inflamed left...
Not blind date. Side gate.
Left right there.
Forget it. I'll try him after I get that password.
It's almost like the
Moving expediently. Get the lead out, you Nimrods! We got a boat train to bear! Of the month. Open in! Why you?
throw that into your place.
I'm used to being underestimated, you know.
Strategery! I'm a very experienced grenade thrower.
Oh, a Volta We're eating good tonight, boys!
Who's hitting my fists first?
At least give me a challenge.
Beathead time! No, I'm mad!
The veil is closing in.
Closing it.
Run if you want. Looks like your menu's out of date. Now what you got for me?
Rippers, I know you got enough brain left to remember one password. The first part is honk shoe. Honk shoe. Get it right.
Nice. I've got half of the password. Just need the rest.
The world's not ready.
I can buff that out.
Was that necessary?
I can tell you're boring.
This'll be a scream! Rip me! I'm every century!
My six eye has
Like you had a chance.
Hi!
Why am I holding this?
Long way from home, Marshall. Let me show you the bloody way out.
Zane, any chance you're here?
One form or another. I gotta replace these arms. The nerve.
Aha! Drop something.
All units, prepare for incoming prisoners, and if you forget the password, you know who's gonna rip out the rest of your spinal column! Huh? Me, get it?
Honk shoe, me, huh? Sure. Well. Flint, I'm all good to get in. Are you at that side gate? Stupid jammed comms. We're good!
Everyone's job.
so twitchy? Gwent? Where are you? Damn it, no Gwent. Gwent, if you can hear me, I'll meet you inside, okay? Crickets. I don't like this. That's my aesthetic right there.
Anybody at?
Leave my wife!
Hey, you must not know how we feel about folks around.
Oh! Yelling in a blood swamp!
To the grave! I fly to you now! I would...
What the shit? Damn it!
Yeah. What is it? Another prisoner shipment?
Let me in. The password is... Honk shoe, me.
Bingo! Come on in. You never can be too careful with vault hunters running around. These passwords have gotten weird, too. They used to be simple. Hail the Ripper Queen. Easy. But then Driller Hole started sleeping in an old-timey nightcap and demanded...
Ah,
Die, you filthy mongrels! I'll cut down the lot of you!
Well, there's our boyo. On his best behavior.
Oh, yeah!
Tell me where your monkey queen is and I'll let you live. Okay, I won't. But tell me anyway.
There you are, old man.
Ah, joined the party, have you? Here for some of Callus's blood?
I told Levain I'd bring you back.
Go fast. The Ripper Queen's bringing prisoners to this shithole. We need to end her and her plans right quick. So pitch in with these Rippers or go kick dirt.
Look at all this. It's like Ripper Drill Central Station.
This is no small operation, that's for damn sure. Callus is crazier than a sack of thresher, so the sky's the limit for evil here.
Murder porn!
I'm saying invincible. I brought a friend!
told you lot about this place sooner. But the loonies got a jamming device rigged up. Comms a bit off.
Speaking of comms, I can't raise Quent. Did he make it inside?
Who? Quisp, you mean? Ain't seen him since the bridge. I reckon he headed back to Carcadia. Now get to hacking that jammer. I'll watch her back.
E4, it's...
Hello, new customer. Welcome to the Doll family of military hardware for home use. Please log into your Doll Plus account or register as a new user.
What? No! Just shut down!
Error. Verbal commands limited to Doll Plus Emerald users.
Oh, Doll and the red tape. I'm still on the Digby Vermouth mailing list from the last thing I signed. Just smash the bleeding thing.
Membership with Doll Plus Emeralds bestows a galaxy of benefits, such as basic functionality, free 3-month delivery of Doll products, and the sense of...
There's where you can stick your subscription plan.
A proper smashing. Jammer's down. Levain, love. You there?
Zane, you had me so... annoyed. You had me annoyed. What's going on?
This ain't a refinery. It's some kind of base where Callus is stashing prisoners. Queen Looney's been hiding it with the jammer.
To keep the timekeeper's eyes out. Just as I thought.
That lift's all right. Let's get to the bottom of this place, huh? Brilliant! Now hop aboard the lift.
Levain, have you heard from Quent?
Quent? No. I thought he was with you two.
The boyo's fine. He's hiding away somewhere, dreaming of his crystal egg collection.
I don't like it.
I don't like any of this. We need a plan, Zane.
Callus is here. Tracked her to the gates myself. She's gonna pay for Sophia and cuff up the boat. Right? Leading now.
Your reckless way of the highway. Sounds familiar.
This drilling station is enormous.
You're lucky the last sight you'll ever gander is this base.
No! I can't make it stop!
Rip us to the drillway now! Kill them!
Wanna have some fun? Never gets old. I'm going to cover.
Love it, Torg.
Time to break some necks! No more games!
So the Queen is here. Not bad, Zane.
We have her scared. Just gotta find her. On we go.
Welcome, fated Vault Hunters. You've been terribly destructive of my property.
I've got more coming for ye, a mangy goal.
Spit whatever you like out of that mouth. My plans are in motion.
Maker's mercy. What is this place?
A prison. She's keeping people in cages like animals.
Prison? This is the freest place on Kairos. An altar of rights where the shackled learn to rise or fall forever.
Holy hell. These prisoners.
Callus is ripping them against their will. Damn it! How do we get these people free?
I'm afraid some cages can't be broken.
Shit. Is that the timekeeper?
Sometimes your chaos serves a purpose, Vault Hunter.
Thank you for unveiling this hidden burrow of rippers. Callus has been busy.
You always said my will was strong. Soon you'll feel it brought to bear. I have seen your downfall in the flames.
Ugh. This puppet show is making me skin crawl. We've got to free these prisoners before more loonies come.
I'll save you the effort. Kairos has no use for these tainted creatures.
No! Bleeding monsters! The both of them!
A pity to lose so many fresh recruits. But I do still have one particularly promising candidate.
Zane! Vault Hunter! Get out before...
Quent!
You sped up my plans, but I will seize my wings of fire. They burn and burn in my mind's eye. Now, sadly, I must take my leave. My calling is too important to delay.
You're ducking me again, Callus? Really?
Feckin' hell, she's gone! She'll have to wait then. We need to find Quent. Through here! Lev. The Looney Queen's got Quent in danger. And she's flown the coop.
Don't worry about her. You'll get your chance. Just focus on saving as many of those prisoners as you can.
Quent, boyo.
This is all my fault. What in fresh hell? So this is where she makes her rippers?
Beautiful, isn't it? You found my most important gift to our queen. The machine making her glorious army. And nearly half our subjects survive the ripping process now. Here, have a taste. Kill them!
Let's shoot each other!
Sorry to do this, you poor bastards.
But it's an act of mercy.
Copy that! Yeah, just doing up my legs. I wanna smell them!
This bullet's priced higher than any bounty you get.
Being shot at is so overrated. Who doesn't love a little splash?
The more rippers you kill, the more I make.
Enough talk. Come face me.
If you insist, and the queen has invited another as well. You'll see.
You deal with this, gobshite. I'll look for a way to stop the machine.
I won't kill anyone but my hot hog!
Rolling time!
Time for a ride on the blade time!
From my queen.
Quent! It's him! Zane, help! Don't you worry, boyo! We need to stop this machine now.
How?
Just do what I do! Shoot stuff until the problem's solved. Look for the fuel sources. I'll try to solve this thing. Guys, hurry! Banjax the machine, or we lose Quent. Like, lose?
somewhere?
It's getting closer! Oh no, 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 oh no, oh no!
Destroy it now, or Quint gets it!
No, 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 no!
Quint!
I'm sorry, Quint.
Damn it. Finish off the machine at least. We owe the boy that much.
There. It's done.
Oh, Quint. You poor bastard.
Oh no. Is Quint?
Gone. Another reason to make Callus pay.
This is my fault. Should never have brought him. Right selfish.
Callus killed him, Zane. Not you. And he died helping us destroy this awful machine. He died a hero. You did all you could. Both of you. I just shudder to contemplate what Callus must now be setting in motion. Meet me in Carcadia, Vault Hunter. I still owe you that command bolt, but we must move quickly before she can use it herself.
Good luck, killer.
Something's always felt off when I'm scouting those woods. Like I'm being watched. I'll catch a glimpse of the Order Lady every few months. But every time I get close, she vanishes. You know what that means. Vampire.
See, a vampire I could get along with. Someone from the Order? Not so sure.
Well, someone definitely lives here. Just have to deal with these barriers. Thought so. A bit of impact should do the trick. Whew. For being such a dump, this place sure has a lot of defenses. Hello? Order vampire? Countess? I love a light show.
You're not Order, too sane to be a Ripper, and you haven't shot me yet, so you need me alive. Curious. I'd hoped to have enough time to get this fast travel device ready, but plans fall apart. I can adapt.
You look smarter than to point a gun at a Vault Hunter.
A Vault Hunter? Things are worse than I thought.
All this time and I had no clue Sandra was here. The Timekeeper, may he rule forever, will be so pleased with me. As for you, Vault Hunter,
Now you're in trouble.
you spoiled my conquest of the
My Dollar Soul took our order scientist away in an airship.
Okay, that is bad. Conway, can you track it?
Already on it. I've got an order airship moving at speed towards the old meat processing plant. Sending coordinates. It's quite a drive, all the way on the other side of the power dam.
Well, hey, at least it's not another prison.
It might as well be. The Fade Fields supply Kairos' food, so the Order keeps that place locked down tight. I used to work the meat line before Saul decided synths were more efficient. If nothing's changed, I think I know your way in. So, is she a vampire? How long are her fangs? Did she make you her thrall?
Just a human woman, as far as I can tell. Her name is Zadra. You were right, though. Cool jacket.
You were the promise at dawn. I was the morning after. You were Jesus Christ, my Lord. I was the money lender. You were the sensitive woman. I was very Reverend Freud. You were the manual orgasm. I was the dirty little boy.
Made it to the processing plant. What's my way in?
There's a path inside they used to walk the wild horns in for processing. Follow it, and then we'll get you past, security.
And is this what you wanted? To live in a house that's haunted by the
You look ridiculous.
of you and me. You were Marlon Brando. I was Steve the Queen. You were K-Wine Jelly. I was
basic, and you know it.
Did you go? And is this what you wanted? To live in a house that is haunted by the ghost.
Right, so here's the issue. They've got a scanner that checks all the livestock as they enter. That thing's not gonna let you in. You're the wrong kind of meat. Luckily, and I use that word relative to the context, there is a valve we can use to disguise you. You're gonna have to drench yourself. Full dip.
Animal blood shower. Not the weirdest ritual I've ever taken part in. If it fools the scanner, I'm game.
Right, so there should be a way to swamp what's flowing through that tube. Once you do, you'll just need to release the fragrant mixture over yourself. Try to keep your mouth and eyes shut.
Oh. Okay, so there is a type of blood I can't handle. Good to know.
No hurry. Go use the scanner at the vacuum tube before all the gunk falls off.
Full of mud. Yes, I am stumbling.
Ugh, I think I waited too long. Time for another spray from the parts hose. No. So. Let me get this straight. You weren't gonna tell me about the big grinder at the end?
Wow, they added a grinder? Well, that's new. It used to be sort of a big pair of scissors. But you made it through anyway! Not sure where they're keeping Zadra. We'll have to snoop around.
Free will? My choices are exactly why I left.
Still ever changing, Zandra. I'll leave you and your new toy to security.
You again. This is the second time you've come looking for me. Why?
Saul's building some kind of bioweapon. I'm working with the Outbounders to stop him before he can put it to use.
And you need an expert in ordered technology. Yes, that makes sense. There's a cargo teleporter on the roof. That's our way out of here. Well, lead the way. just a moment.
With all the noise we've made, I'd guess we're in for a fight.
So, I have to ask, you and the timekeeper?
I worked for him. A mistake I'm trying to amend. There's the teleporter pad. I'll need some parts.
Rig it. Scrap these synths. I can use their circuitry. One synth may do, but bring me what you can. Options never hurt. Whichever synth part is the least damaged. There's no telling how much time we have. This tech is old, but I can get it working. I did design it. Let's just hope these parts last long enough for both of us to get out of here.
That can get us to the outbounders, right? I'll be right behind you.
Sandra was my redemption, my way back to his glorious side. You will pay. Send the oppressor now.
Rush, did Zadra make it back to you? Because the teleporter broke and I've got incoming.
Wherever Zadra went, it wasn't here. But we'll figure that out later. Focus on staying alive.
You had a good run.
Sorry, I had a feeling those parts wouldn't last beyond a single fast travel use. I didn't intend to strand you. That said, I have no intention of trading one captor for another. I've gone to a secondary hideaway. Here are the coordinates. We can discuss this crimson resistance of yours there.
Rush, I'm headed to Zadra's lab. She's willing to help us.
I'd hope so after you bailed her out. But if she could get us an advantage on Saul's weapon, this'll all be worth it. Remember though, she was Order. That stain doesn't wash off easy. Just be on guard.
labs stay hidden. Keep going. I've deactivated any traps and the more intrusive scans.
Yes, I accept.
What?
Sorry. I have lately
Felt the need to skip complexities. Time is not infinite, as it
turns out. I am agreeing to assist your Crimson Resistance.
You see, I also want to free this planet. The Timekeeper's control is not absolute, but it can only be broken when strength and willpower combine. Neither of us will succeed on our own. I can be the brains to your brawn.
Oh, hell yeah, I hate thinking. This is ideal for me.
Now, we have quite the task ahead of ourselves. Specifically, gaining direct access to the Timekeeper. It's harder than you might think. After the chaos of the Invader Moon's appearance, the Timekeeper sealed the walls of the city around him. He never strays from the threshold of the vault within his tower. The only way inside requires 3 powerful command bolts. They're a bit different from what you've got in your neck. He gave them to his trusted commanders, Idolater Sol, Vialictor, and Callus. Though, she's a bit more complicated. Once we have the 3 command bolts, I should be able to use their combined security clearances to gain access to the Timekeeper's tower. Sol, you've met. He's a sniveling sycophant ruled by emotion, but still quite dangerous. The Timekeeper commanded him to bring the Fade Fields to heal, and he is eager to please. To the north, the Terminus mountain range is overseen by a cruel scientist named Vialictor. Highly intelligent, alarmingly ambitious. So much so that he betrayed his own people for a chance to rule and carry out his experimental research with impunity. Finally, Callus. She was once the Timekeeper's strongest and most loyal commander, until the Moonfall. Now she's a monster of a different shape, the self-styled Ripper Queen. Her fanatical horde, which you've no doubt encountered already, masses in the ruins of Carcadia Burn to the west.
They all sound fun.
We'll need all 3 command bolts before facing the Timekeeper. You can tackle each one at your pleasure. I've uploaded your Echo 4 with backdoor security codes, which should get you through any order checkpoints out of the Fade Fields. Kairos lies open to you.
This is a big ask. I need to know I can trust you.
You can. My absolution depends on it.
is my spoiler-free review of Borderlands 4, now that I've finished the whole story and sunk a load of time into streaming it at endgame as well. There's a lot to love about this game, but it also does have some really significant problems. So I'm going to be brutally honest in this video, and we're going to be running through story, guns, bosses, performance, open world, music, endgame, all sorts of stuff. So without further ado, let's begin. The story in this Borderlands game is so good. It's such a surprise to me that they managed to nail it in the way that they did, purely because I thought the story in Borderlands 3 was pretty cringy. I think the Borderlands 3 vibe was very much trying to recreate something that worked in like 2009 and 2012, but doesn't work nowadays. And they just didn't quite get it right. But this game makes good on all the promises they made pre-launch to have a slightly darker and slightly more gritty tone to the story. And the nice thing is, that doesn't mean it's not funny. The humor is definitely there, it's just much more appropriate when that humor is deployed, and that means that you laugh more because you're not being bombarded with bad jokes all the time. There's also some really nice characterization, especially, funnily enough, in the side quests that are available. Like, there's this one quest involving a character who I will avoid naming purely for spoiler-free reasons, but you do this side quest, and it's a character that normally you wouldn't really be that sympathetic to, but you get to the end of this side quest, and I'm like, what the hell? I really care about this character now in a way that I never have before. Like, this moved me, surprisingly. And the fact that that's possible is a really solid sign that their writing has gone in a really good direction. I think that Sam Winkler and the rest of their team really deserve a lot of praise for that. Now, I will say the overall main campaign story didn't really blow me away from a sort of literary analysis kind of angle. Like, I looked at it and I was like, yep, it's a story where there's a villain and then you do some stuff and you try to take down the villain, and I don't know, I'm not reading too much into it, but it's Borderlands, so that's kind of fine. But it did feel like there was maybe room for there to be a little more underneath the surface there that didn't quite come through to the extent that maybe I would have enjoyed it to do had they been bold enough to kind of go there. Like, Timekeeper is actually a good example of this, where Timekeeper in theory could be a really cool villain, but it felt like Timekeeper's sort of arc was pretty standard, I guess. So I think there was room for that to be just slightly more riveting maybe than it was. But still, great story overall. I'm nitpicking here. I thought it was really a great Borderlands story. Next, let's talk guns, because it's a looter shooter. If the guns suck, the game sucks, right? Thankfully, the guns do not suck in this game. The Borderlands power fantasy is still very much there. The exact path that you're used to following from previous Borderlands games, where you go through that campaign and you gradually get weirder and wackier loot, and then your loot starts getting a bit old, and then you find something new that's the new OP thing, and you keep jumping up that power climb. That is there, and it's there in a really spectacular way. It's tuned really well. The different loot options that you have available to you all feel very unique and interesting and fun to play with, and sometimes you're like, oh my god, I'm full building grenade right now because my grenade that I've got is insane, and then maybe a mission later you'll be like, wait a sec, I just got the craziest shotgun in the world, I have to use this now. And like, the fact that it motivates you to jump between things as you go through that campaign is so good. That is so Borderlands. And then as you get deeper into the campaign, you're going to also start getting legendaries, right? And legendaries are a bit rarer in this game than they've been in the past, and I think that's a good thing. It feels really good to get a legendary drop, like it's a really sort of dopamine rush sensation moment. And I will say, some of the legendaries are really cool. Some of them a bit underwhelming right now. They don't feel markedly better than other stuff. And so I'm hopeful that there's going to be a little bit of work done maybe to just polish some of them to make them really feel special in a way that right now some of the blue and green guns even feel special. Like, there are just a lot of dud legendaries out there, it feels like, and I'd like to see that improved. But I think that the legendary system overall right now is working really well. There's also a shinies system, which is cool. We'll talk more about that in the endgame section. And it would be crazy for us to talk about looting and the power climb and stuff like that, and also not talk about builds, right? So let's talk about builds for a second. I did the campaign as Eamon for a little bit of time, and then I switched over to Vex and played through the entire campaign as Vex. And I thought it was pretty cool. I will say, I really expected to be more focused on my skill tree and that side of things while I was going through the campaign. And in the end, I almost was just sort of throwing skill points out willy-nilly because it didn't feel super compelling to unlock certain different tiers of the skill tree. Like, they just didn't feel markedly better sometimes. And so, like, for me, with, like, a fully leveled Vex, I think that there's certain bits and pieces missing that make it really feel as satisfying to play this Vex character with an optional pet as well, compared to some of the kind of characters that we've seen in Borderlands history previously. But, transparently, like, I haven't played as Rapper, I haven't fully leveled my Amon, etc. So, like, there's room for me to be just missing certain things in this area, so I don't want to sort of speak on it too authoritatively. And this isn't to say, like, it was boring, by any means, just that I was kind of expecting there to be stuff with, for example, the kit on Vex where you're leveling into Trouble, your pet. I was expecting that to be more thrilling from a gameplay perspective, and it ended up being sort of almost very passive a lot of the time. So I feel like I've maybe missed something there that would have been really cool to see, but this is a very small gripe. I've heard that some of the other characters especially are really fun, so I'm not really criticizing it too heavily in this department. Now, it wouldn't be a Borderlands game if you didn't have some bosses to use all those abilities on and all those weapons on, right? So let's talk about bosses now. I think from a visual perspective, some of the bosses are awesome. They aura farm when they load in, and then when you're fighting them, you're like, damn, this thing looks just so sick. Like, the art direction of the bosses is very, very good. I will say, some of the bosses are a bit simple. Like, they don't really do a lot. It's just another boss that walks around and shoots you, or it's another big boss that maybe has an AoE attack, but you just jump, and that's it. Like, I would have liked for there to be some slightly more mechanically interesting bosses, and this goes for some of the endgame stuff as well, which we'll talk about more in the endgame section, but the sort of almost puzzle element of boss encounters doesn't really feel like it's ever there in my experience, and that's something I'd like to see explored more, just because I think the boss fights are most satisfying when you're dealing with the boss, but you're also being forced to consider other things, right? Or you're focusing, tunnel visioning purely on the boss itself, but the boss has a suite of attacks or moves or what have you that all feel so unique and so dangerous that if you don't deal with them in the way that you are meant to deal with them, it causes you, like, serious problems. Like, it really forces you to actually adapt to the boss. I feel like a lot of the time, I don't have to adapt to the boss. I just either insta-nuke the boss with an OP build, or I just kind of jump, and that's the mechanic. So I think some slightly more interesting boss mechanics could be beneficial for the game as well. Now, another boss-related thing that is in the game is these random world boss events that you see in these white bubbles that will appear randomly on your map. And I love these things. I think they're so cool. Every time I see one, I'm like, hell yeah. I'm so down to just fight a random boss right now. That is a sensation that I just love being given the gift of whenever it happens to me. I will say it's so annoying stepping into that white world boss bubble and then accidentally stepping out for 1 second. Maybe I get booped and I step out of the bubble for 1 second and the boss instantly despawns. It's so frustrating. Like, I would honestly love for there to be some kind of, like, machine in the middle of those bubbles, and I run over to that machine in the middle of the bubble, and the fight has started. I whack a big red button on that machine, and it turns the bubble into, like, a dome, and I'm in, like, a boss dome, and then if I get booped, I hit the dome, and I do not leave the dome, so the boss never despawns. Like, just put up something like that, make the bubble hard. I would love that, because it would mean that I wouldn't run into this issue, which I've run into, like, 20 times, of not wanting to leave a fight, accidentally leaving just purely by mistake, and then being really frustrated. I think that would be a really good quality of life fix for them to make, but the bubbles themselves and the fact that they exist, I love, and I love fighting those bosses whenever they appear. Next, let's talk performance. For this, we're going to hear from me And we're going to hear from Joey Conway, my content partner who is also editing and recording and working on a ton of this Borderlands content with me. And you'll hear from him in other videos on my channel as well. But we're going to give both our perspectives here because we've got different systems. So I'm running on a 3090 with a 5950X. At launch, with the day one patch, I was barely scraping 40 consistent frames per second on 1440p with frame gen off. And I was getting about 70 FPS consistent with frame gen on. Now, there's been a patch yesterday which did improve performance for me. So now I get about 60 FPS at 1440p with frame gen off and about 100 consistent with frame gen on. There's still a little bit of variation in there. There's some wobbles, definitely. But the patch, I think, smoothed out some of the deeper spikes that I was experiencing. Like, for example, getting on a Digirunner vehicle would always tank my FPS for a minute. That's happening a lot less frequently now. So there are patches going out to improve the performance, but still, a 3090 and a 5950X should be able to run the game at a consistent 60 FPS without drops. And the fact that it's not been consistent is a real bad sign, right? And so that's me having a bad time. There are people obviously with older systems than me or worse systems than me, and they're not even able to play the game. I mean, I'm pretty confident, and I could be mistaken about this, but I'm fairly sure that if you have certain gear in your system, right? Like you've got a certain setup where you meet the minimum requirements, you jump into the game, you still might not meet the minimum requirements to play multiplayer. So you could be playing Borderlands, try and join a friend, and it will literally say, your system is ass, bro. You can't play it, which is nuts. Like, to gate multiplayer in that way seems bizarre. And I don't know if this was like just a day one thing, but I had multiple people tell me that they were experiencing that day one, and that sounds terrible. So I hope that that goes away. I also am really keen to see what they do about adding a console FOV slider, because right now the FOV is just not good enough on console, and they have said that they're going to do that, so like we're going to give them some time to cook, and then I'm excited to see what they come up with. But generally, I mean, it's a UE5 game, and yeah, the performance is just not good enough. And so what I think the team need to do with higher priority than anything else right now is put out a series of patches that tries with all their might to address this. Now, what is not productive for the game is for Randy Pitchford to be tweeting, basically saying, we've already got smart people working on this, and like, actually just don't play in 4K, play at a lower resolution, because then you'll get your frames. Like, that's not helpful, right? Like, Randy basically backseat changing people's settings is not the solution here, nor is the solution to tell people to just be okay with frame gen. Frame gen doesn't feel good. It's just a general thing. It adds input delay, and input delay doesn't feel good in games no matter how many frames per second I have. And granted, this is Borderlands, so it's PvE, so that little bit of delay is slightly less bad than it would be in like a Twitch shooter or something, but it still is less good than the raw input and the direct input that I would feel if I was playing with frame gen off. But I'm forced to play with it on because otherwise I can't hit 60 FPS. So I want to see everyone stop saying that frame gen makes it completely fine. It doesn't, because that is a solution that uses frame gen. And again, I'm literally using frame gen myself because I need the frames, and I recognize that it's a partial solution, but when, like, from a Randy Pitchford perspective, it's being used as like a panacea solution, that's something that I would want to be careful about. I would encourage someone like Randy, who's obviously got a massive voice out to the community, to recognize that frame gen is not something that a lot of people want to use. Now, if you are going to use frame gen, my opinion is that you might be best off using FXSS, I believe it's called. It's the AMD one. That's what I'm using. I think it just looks better than some of the other options available. So try that on like quality and just see how it looks compared to the alternatives. And there are also some other fixes for performance that I'm going to talk about in a performance video that I'm making, which I'll have linked in the description and in the corner of the screen. Just click onto my channel. You'll see the performance video once it's out. That's probably the best way for you to find it. But that's my performance. I now want to just hear a quick 30 seconds from Joe on his experience with his system and his performance.
Hey guys, for performance, I have a Ryzen 9950X and an RTX 4090, so I have pretty top of the line specs, so I'm able to run the game on high with DLSS on at balanced at about like 80 frames per second, and a week ago it ran terribly above 60 FPS. It felt bad, but they've released new patches and it actually feels rather smooth, and I opt to play at a lower FPS now instead of having frame generation on. But my partner has a 3080 Ti and an i9-9900K, which are still top of the line parts, but a little bit older, and the game defaulted to high and very high settings, but it can't run it. And the only way to get good FPS is by turning those settings down or putting frame gen on. So there really are issues with the performance, and I hope that it gets better, but I only see the performance getting better in this game because the hardware is going to be getting better, not because the game is going to be more optimized.
All right, thank you, Joe. Let's talk about the open world now. This sometimes feels very empty, but weirdly, I don't care. Like, I've seen people in my streams being like, oh, the open world is so dead. And I'm riding around it like, that's kind of fine to me. Like, if they increased the enemy density in the open world by a factor of 100, I don't know if I would look at that and be like, oh, wow, this is better. It's actually not something that I really have any worries about. It's just a world where I can drive from place to place and there are things in local proximity all the time, but I'm not really worried about like a road being empty or something. Like, it's not really a massive gripe for me, so it is pretty empty a lot of the time, but I don't mind that. But what I do mind is that navigation in this game is awful. It is horrendous. I have the circular radial radar thingy in the corner so I can see where enemies are. I've got the compass at the top of the screen, and I press my little button to get Echo 4 to tell me where to go, and Echo 4 tells me to go the wrong way, bro. Like, 50% of the time, Echo 4 is just wrong. Or, Echo 4 is telling me to go a certain way, and I'm looking at the map, and I'm like, this can't be the right way, and so I try and, like, mountain goat my way over a ledge, because that's what I do in every other game. I play Skyrim, I play Destiny, I play whatever. I can see that there's a little town over this small little overlook, so I try and go up it. There's some stupid invisible ceiling stopping me go there, and then I'm like, okay, damn, Echo 4 was right the whole time, and I have to get back on my Digirunner and drive for 7 minutes around a mountain to get to where I want to go. I hate it. I hate it. And it's frustrating because this game feels like the open world fits it perfectly. Like, I would never say they should have not done an open world here. The open world works really, really well. Like, unbelievably well, in my opinion. It's just the map design is just annoying. Like, there are so many places where I need to get somewhere, and the only way to get there is annoying and tedious. That's not how it should be. Like, I need a Lethanim in this game. I need a rocket jump. I need something where I can be like, I need to get there, and I can just ping over the top of a mountain or something and be fine. And the fact that that isn't in the game, and instead there's all these ceilings in place and these annoying routes to go, it's just like, I hate it. And then you press that Echo 4 button and it tells you to go the wrong way. I swear, this is, after performance, this is my biggest gripe with the game. I hate it. It happens in missions as well. Like, I'll be trying to figure out where to go in the mission, or I'll be trying to figure out, like, where's the door to this random safe house that I'm trying to open up? Don't know, can't find it. Echo 4 can't help me. Like, there's just so many things like that that are just annoying. And then when you're doing those safe houses and you're doing those extra sort of silos and things like that, sometimes they don't follow consistent rules as well. So there are certain instances where you have to like use a data pad or something to go in a building to then get a thing in the building. Other times you just have to get the data pad, but then the thing is outside the building, so you're looking for a way into the building. Little do you know, it's already outside the building. Like, it's stuff like that where it's like, there's some inconsistency here, which causes a lot of frustration in my impatient ADHD brain, and I don't like it. So I like the open world, but there's a lot of quality of life improvement that I think still needs to happen in order for that open world to feel good. Now, all of that said, would it be a Borderlands game if navigation was actually completely fine? I don't know if it would. Like, Borderlands is not a game where navigation has ever been perfect, in my opinion. Like, go back to Borderlands 1 and try and just get around. Like, good luck, right? Like, so as much as I'm complaining here, and I'm frustrated, and this is something that I want to criticize and critique, so that hopefully it can get some love from patches, etc. in the future. I have a lot of patience for it because it's Borderlands. And at the end of the day, I didn't come to Borderlands 4 for a good navigation system. I came for a cool looter shooter, and the game is still that, thankfully. Now, music and sound, let's talk about that real quick. I think it's great. I think Borderlands has always had some musical bangers. I did find in this game that sometimes the music would amp up and I'd be like, oh my god, this is hitting right now. This is so cool. And then it would kind of like randomly die down and I'd be like, wait, why are we like bringing my adrenaline levels down again? Like, keep it pumping right now. Like, what are we doing? I think that overall, though, the sound is really great. The guns sound great. The character voice acting is really strong overall. I think that it's generally a great audio sandbox, and also something I think they deserve tons of praise for, and their audio team really needs some love for this, because I don't know if they've had appropriate amounts of love for it just yet, because I don't think people have noticed it. If you go into the audio settings in the game, there are so many settings. So many. You've got so many options. You've got so many different presets of different mixes that you could listen to. If you are struggling to hear the dialogue, for instance, and things are too noisy, there's like a dialogue boosting thing. There's and I'm not just talking a dialogue slider, I'm talking a mix for the game. Like, there's so many audio options there. It's phenomenal. It's really amazing to see. And so yes, there are one or two weird sound quirks right now. Like, for example, Vile Lictor is just like hella quiet for no reason, or at least he was for me in my playthrough. That's something that could be patched tomorrow for all I know, but there are a couple of little things here and there, but overall, sound really great in this game. So, okay, let's talk endgame. The game has an endgame at launch, which is already going in a good direction, right? You've got a few different angles to it. You've got shiny collecting, which I think is incredible that that's in the game. It basically means that you can find shiny versions of legendary weapons, and when you've found the shiny of that legendary, even if you scrap the legendary, the shiny variant of it, I believe, is unlocked forever. So you're basically filling out a shiny Pokedex, which is awesome. Like, that is such a cool addition to the game. On top of that, you've got like your license pass, and you've got your specializations, and you've got all sorts of crazy stuff that are these extra systems that lie on top of the base sandbox. And you then have Ultimate Vault Hunter mode, and you've got these weekly missions that you can do. Now, for a launch offering, this is very strong. There's still stuff that to me feels underwhelming. I don't feel super motivated to grind some of these things yet, because I just haven't really felt those hooks get into me of like, oh, I must farm this boss 1,000 times today. I must do it for X reason. I haven't really felt that grip yet, but the systems are there. And so as they build on these with patches and with DLCs, etc., I think this is going to go in a really awesome direction. It certainly seems that way so far. I will say the weeklies, like the way they're doing the weeklies, and like that intro mission to get you to Ultimate Vault Hunter level 1, like that sort of tutorial mission to get you into that mode, it needs some work, because you're replaying a story mission and it's just boring. Like, I'm sorry, but playing solo and every single enemy dropping a black hole and you just constantly having to fight your way out of a black hole isn't super fun. And when that's the combat experience, and then for the rest of the story mission, you're basically waiting for dialogue to happen. Like, you're standing there flicking a switch so that you can restore water to Carcadia or something, and it's just like, this is just boring. This is like 3 minutes of dialogue. I'm thinking about something else. I'm getting on my phone, I'm doing everything but playing the game at that point. I feel like those missions need to be tightened up or sharpened or polished, just so that the boring stuff could go away, because at least in Destiny, when you're doing your Nightfalls, the vast majority of the time in those missions, you're doing stuff. It's like you hack the panel, but you're in combat while that's happening, or you're doing the boss fight, or you're doing a traverse, but there's enemies for the entire traverse, or whatever. There's very rarely scenarios where it's like, okay, now we're going to spend 5 minutes doing nothing, hearing story that we've already heard, and then the mission's going to end, or then we're going to start combat. Like, that happens much less frequently. I think that Borderlands needs to do a similar thing and do a similar pass on its mission selection. And I see the potential, like with the black hole thing, I see the potential of what they're going for with basically having Nightfalls where there are different modifiers each week, and so you've got to make a kit that works for those. I get it, and I liked Nightfalls in Destiny. Like, that was fun. And there's a reason that the Destiny community has been sad that they've now gone and they've lost their GMs, right? Like, people liked that model. It's just I worry that in Borderlands, some of that stuff might feel a little oppressive. And without raids in the game, if those Nightfalls are the only thing that you can really grind week to week and use your new loot from the bosses that you've been farming, then I don't know, it's just not a super compelling offering compared to in Destiny. You can like farm those Nightfalls or whatever, and then you can go do raids, right? So we need raids in the game real bad. But that's my experience with the end game. Joe has a bit more experience with the end game, so I'm gonna let him chime in here as well.
So I pretty much agree with Milo on all the end game stuff. I think that the Ultimate Vault Hunter modes, like, they're cool. Unlocking more difficulties, fine, but there's just not much to do with the higher difficulty besides the same content. I think it's cool with the weekly missions that it gives you something to grind for. Like, for instance, this first one, you get a rainbow shotgun, and I've been doing the mission over and over so that I can get the best possible combination of elements on it. But I can foresee a week where the mission is not fun or the reward is not very good, that I'm not gonna do the mission. I'm not gonna replay it. There may be no reason to. The fact that they haven't gone back and polished the missions for the replayability, where the end of the mission might be like 3 minutes of a character talking, you're just waiting for them to stop talking to you, is kind of annoying. So I'm looking forward to them adding more activities as the life cycle of the game goes on. I think there's a really good foundation, so I'm hopeful for the end game, but right now there's not too much at offer here besides kind of theory crafting and making different builds.
So overall, to answer the question of does it feel like a Borderlands game and would I enjoy it if I liked Borderlands 2, the answer is actually an emphatic yes. I think the game is in a really solid place right now if you have a system that can run it. If you don't have a system that can run it, you have some other options. Like I said, I've got that performance video, which I'll actually link on the screen right now so you can click through to that. That will help you out if you have a really rough time with your frames per second. But otherwise, yeah, I recommend Borderlands 4. I think the game is in a good spot, and it's only going to improve as the devs keep working on that performance and on endgame updates and things like that as well. Thanks for watching. Click through to the performance video now. I'll see you there. Bye for now.
Hello everybody, it is Ebontis, and in this video we're going to be doing a bit more of advanced tips and things the game doesn't tell you, stuff that might not be as obvious, but hopefully takes your Borderlands gameplay, whichever character you're on, to the next level. So let's get started. First thing I want to talk about is options. For options, you've got a few that you might want to look at. Under normal gameplay, echolocation, path, visibility, duration. I think I touched on this in my previous beginners video. Also, if you haven't seen that, I covered a fair amount of beginners type stuff in there, so go check it out. You know, check the link in the description, check the video at the end, it's out there. Echo path location, when you bring up Echo, he has a cooldown. So you can't always just constantly spam him to do a new path. So if you want that thing to last longer, put it on long. If for some reason it's on there too long, maybe medium fits a little better for you, but honestly for me, long feels like I can usually keep up with it for a really long time, and then by the time his cooldown's up, I'm good to go. The other one, I was torn. I was like, hey, the compass has the stuff that's in front of me. I know it's in that general direction, but I really could never see behind me. Radar just has been better feeling for enemy placement around you. If something's behind you, it's not going to show up on the compass, but it will show up on the radar kind of thing. So my advice, toggle the radar to that radar if it works for you. If your HUD's already too much, I understand, but for me, the radar is better feeling. When you get over to accessibility, yes, you've got your standard accessibility stuff. Audio and visual, that's totally up to you. If you have certain sound issues or colors, that's definitely check that stuff out. The gameplay stuff, I actually recommend going for a couple of these. Map zoom speed, the map is so slow at base. It starts here. I moved it to this and it's pretty reasonable, like somewhere at 2.5 or 3. Try that out, it will feel much better. Screen shake intensity, if you're not a fan of that, obviously change that up if you want to. Mantle with forward. Basically, if you're running and holding forward and the game could mantle, it will, as opposed to trying to have to hit another button and jump again. Just, you're holding forward, turn it on, makes life a little bit easier. Camera head bob, if that's not a fan, you know, change that thing wherever you prefer it, test it out, see how it feels. Grapple view tilt. This is a weird one, but basically, if your grapple, like, camera is locked to where it's supposed to be, or if you want to have a little more freedom of control while you're grappling of what you're looking at, that might actually work better for you. So try that one both ways. That can be kind of a preference. You're not really going to miss where you grapple jump to, but you might want to look around a bit more, and that'll give you access to do that. So a couple other settings that I've learned as we've gone along, so check that one out. Map zoom speed alone, man, that's just going to help a ton. This is another thing, loot as junk. I cannot tell you how great this is for sifting through stuff. So you can take something and you can equip it. Honestly, some things you're looking at and you're like, just give me that right now. Bam, equipped. The difference is when you take as junk, you pick this thing up, and this is a good thing to use if you're like, I'm getting ready to fast travel to a vendor or like a safe house or an order silo, anywhere that has one of those little vending machines. And then all you do is you go to your inventory, and guess what? When you look at your guns, it's instantly junked. So just literally as soon as you teleport wherever you're going, sell it all off and it's just easy money. It's one of those things that is going to make you money a bit more passively than you think, because you're like, oh, I finished a fight, let me pick up what I want, and then I'll head back and, you know, maybe sell some stuff off. Well, if there's a few more things on the ground and you're like, I know I'm just going to sell them off, pick them all up as junk, and then as soon as you teleport where you're going, just sell everything else off too, and it's just going to speed the process up. So pick up as junk is fantastic. Now, when it comes to your money, what it's typically going to be used for is a penalty upon death, which sucks, but it's 10%. The cost to respec your skills is also 10%. Now, you notice those are percentages. Whether you have a lot or you have a little, you're going to use percentages. But if you get to, say, boss farming, for example, that's like 30,000 per pull on one of those, like, boss respawners. I know easy, yeah, the zoom is so much better now. Like down here in the starting location, everybody talks about Splash Zone as an easy boss down here. And you can usually replay the boss, but it's 30,000 a pop. If you're running out of money, that's not so great. So that's one of the reasons why looting as junk is definitely beneficial. But also that 10% rule just is definitely going to hold true for the deaths. So you got to be a little careful with those. You'll lose some chunks of money. And the respecking will cost. But also later on, there's going to be vending machines. There's a legendary vending machine, which is wild, and I think the community is going to have to help find that one. You're going to want to just kind of hold on to your money and use it where you will, but when it does come to respecking, you're going to need to go to proper locations, which are the major towns. You're going to need to find the respecking thing, and it's going to cost you 10%. So me right now, that's going to be pretty expensive, but expensive for me is relative, because right now it's going to cost me 171,000. Later on, if you're sitting there on like 50 million, and it's going to cost All right, let's talk about a few things in inventory. First is armor versus energy shields. And for me, as a solo player especially, or depending on your playstyle, if you're a bit more up in the mix, armor is going to be more beneficial to you, because the big thing about energy shields, like I've got one here with 2700. The only big problem, like if you're in a group, you play a little farther back, maybe you're ranged on assaults or snipers, and that's your purpose, this is great, because you can have big energy shield, you've got a regenerate that'll probably kick it back up pretty quickly, maybe some resistance. The big problem for anybody who's going to get hit consistently is the regen delay. 4.2 seconds feels like an eternity when you're in the middle of one of those little purple domes running around like an idiot, kind of getting peppered with shots occasionally. Your shield is never going to come back. The thing about armor is it just trickles up. And depending on the number of chunks you have, each chunk, like if you have 2, the chunks take a little bit longer. So you've got 3, they go a little bit quicker. But 1, you have actual damage reduction, so you will take less damage even if the number is a bit smaller. But 2, it's the fact that it's always ticking up. Nothing doesn't matter as long as you're alive and moving around. The little gauge that builds up slowly for an armor chunk builds up. Now there's also some things that will drop over shields or chunks of armor, and those make things a little bit different. But for me, it's the idea that the armor is always building. It's not waiting on a delay. It's always coming eventually, and that little chunk of armor that appears right before you might take a hit could save your life in the event that maybe on the other side the timer wasn't quite up for the energy shield. So depending on your playstyle, you may like one or the other, and that's totally fine. But if you're struggling, try the other type and see what works for you. Honestly, armor shields are probably the way I'm going to go, because I think the way they work, the more chunks of armor that you get, the quicker they come back. And then depending on what perks you have below, you might even get more benefit from them. So for me, armor shields is the win so far. Maybe I'll find a good use for energy shields, but so far, that's the one for me. Next thing to talk about is right here actually on this piece of gear, and they are set bonuses. These are going to start to come into play mid-20s-ish. I'm starting to see them very much for endgame, because they do 2 things. One, you get some really good perks the more of that set that you use. So you can see 30% accuracy is nice, but every critical hit grants 15% critical damage, and it stacks up to 5 times. And at level 2, it's 25%, so you stack all that together, it's 100% critical damage. That could be huge for whatever weapon you're using, especially if you got like a sniper and you're just like shooting somebody in the dome. That's going to hit really, really hard. So, how do these work? Well, later on, once you beat the campaign, you're actually going to be able to take these, they're set bonuses, but they call them firmware, and you're going to be able to take this off of this item and put it somewhere else. But just remember, if you take it off and put it on something else, it is super glued there. It is not coming off. So you get to move it once, but the idea is what you want to start doing early on when you're playing through and you see some of these things with set bonuses on them, start saving them. Take them, put them in your bank, and tuck them away for later. And maybe I don't love energy shields right now, but that God Killer set may work really well in a build in-game. Then, if you have 3 of these pieces, you can go 1, 2, 3, and just stack them all on some legendaries or purples that you found at level 50 when you know you're going to be using those until you maybe make a very different build. That's when you bring them back out, you get 3 of them going, 2 more up here, and you have 3 of one set, 2 of another, and some of those set bonuses are massive. So when you see anything with those on there, and also I will put in a screenshot so you can see actually when items drop on the ground, they have this weird, almost technological lines around it. They look weird, jagged, but sharp, like 90-degree lines. They look almost like, I call them Vex, but that's from a Destiny thing. But they look like specific lines. If you see that on the ground, that's actually something that has a set bonus on it as well. And this is another reason why you're going to want to build up some of your bank status as you start to accumulate all of these pieces of like firmware bonus outside of legendaries. You're going to need a place to put them. So don't forget about stocking up your bank the higher you get up in levels so you have space to put them. Quick thing I do want to mention on enhancements. So you're going to have your guns with Order, or you're going to have your guns with Vladoff, or Torg, or Malawan, or Daedalus. That is the top level. So it's like guns with Daedalus license parts slowly regenerate reserve ammo while equipped. Cool. Everything else is universal, not specifically to just your Daedalus weapons. So pistol accuracy, shotgun status effect chance, sniper rifle equip speed, that is all just universal. Same thing down here. Gunfire rate, gun ADS, gun status effect chance. Those are truly universal. So it's like, those are for everything. So while you may have something that helps like an Order weapon do something cool, pay attention to the other ones, because while if your one Order weapon is cool but the other 3 kind of suck, you might actually want to look at something else that gives you a better benefit to whatever loadout you've got going on. And that's why I tend to keep one of each type that has like a good set of perks that I might use, and then I kind of switch between them. So backpack size is good to be able to keep a few of these different ones, but that's also why the top part is nice, but the bottom part matters just as much, because some of these can be really important depending on what weapons you have. So pay attention to both the top, but also the bottom, because the universal ones can pair well if you're using, like, say, all Malawan. That could be crazy. I probably wouldn't do that, but because that's all going to be elemental. But it's like if you got Torg here, and they fire projectiles that explode on proximity, well, there we go. Now we're getting explosions at proximity, all gun bonuses. Now we might be cooking with something. So just look at those. This is where, like, a level 20, you know, it might be not be the best stats in the world, but if you got 3 things that really work for you, you might use a really old one here, and it might last you a while. The other thing you want to do is inspect your gear. Now, on a sniper rifle, standard here, you see I've got impact, or damage per shot, whatever that specifically is called. You've got accuracy, your reload speed, rounds per second, magazine size. Cool. But if you go and actually inspect it, you actually see a little bit more. I've got plus 50% critical damage, and then splash radius is 100 centimeters. Not really getting a big blast out of these. But if you come over here and you look at another sniper rifle, so I was looking at this Ripper sniper, and say I come up here to this sniper, you're like, okay. Even this one, for example, the DPS here is 544 versus 549. Now, the impact is higher, it's going to fire a little bit slower, they might have some compensation to it. But maybe you have a crit build. Remember the crit percent here is 50% critical bonus? Maybe you have a build that leans into critical strikes, and you lean into those a lot more. 107% instead of 50. That's going to make a huge difference in how that thing plays out, and maybe your build is going to be way more beneficial of a Jacob sniper. So it's the little inspection things that you might not think of. Like, here's plus 50%. Jacob's is going to be a sniper important one. That's why you come over here. Guess what about this one? 180%. It's huge. So that's just one of those little things you might not have noticed yet so far. But if you're really going into certain builds, that's one more piece of the puzzle to kind of check on. Because this sniper rifle here looks like it's just, this thing straight up should hit like a truck. Slow firing, 90% accuracy, 804 on impact, DPS is solid for my level. Cool, I equip that thing. And then all of a sudden I'm either hitting massive numbers if I'm hitting domes, and I'm like, what is going on? And maybe over in your skills category, you've leaned into critical damage bonus, and something with criticals helps. Here you go, see there's my critical hit damage bonus I've got. When you start putting all those pieces of the puzzle together, things hit harder and harder, and you become more and more potent as a character. So just wanted to bring up inspect because I really didn't pay attention to it too much, excuse me. But when you start noticing certain things that are going to make a difference, that's where it can be worth checking and be like, is this really the best kind of thing to use? And it might be better or worse than you think it really is. I covered this in a YouTube short, but don't sleep on fishing. The biggest thing is just learning the timing of it. When you see the icon actually flash, that's when you want to hit the button. So you might stare at it for a while, and then when the cursor actually grows bigger and gets a bit more vibrant and saturated in color, that's when you want to go for it. So you might stare for a little while and be like, nothing is happening. I promise you, at some point it will change, and then you'll be able to fish. So maybe I had to move down here a little bit closer, and there it is. You pull it up, you actually get, well, it's not much on that one, but I will tell you, I've seen a lot of things come out of here, and you can get legendaries from fishing. There's a legendary ordnance I've heard of, which is actually like throwing a fish. I think that thing's kind of a beast. So spend a little time when you see bodies of water that are fishable and fish, and then you might actually get some good stuff. You might have to sort through how much you get. And then occasionally there's actual like explodable barrels that come up too, but there you go. Purple just from fishing. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, so let's talk about mobility. You've got a little bit more when it comes to mobility than you might think. Now, you have your standard double jump, and you have your dash. But if you combine these things, you can get a little bit more out of them than you would think. If you've got an enemy fighting you, if you're just running backwards and you do like a dash jump, so if it's here, you can really cover a lot of ground to give yourself distance against, say, like a big melee slam that's going to come down. This is good against some bigger boss fights when they're going to get some chunky damage. You can back away pretty quick. Kind of nice. Same thing about sideways. They're almost the same. So if you're holding that direction and you literally just go dash and jump, so for me, just shift space. That's a pretty big jump sideways as opposed to just like the jump and then dash. Now, when you're going forward, it's a little bit different because you literally have to jump and then dash jump to get that momentum again. So if you're running forward, then you can get that. So it's a combination of more buttons, one more. So run, jump, dash jump. then you get that momentum to really get a nice glide forward. So dash jumping is nice, but sometimes you're like, I cannot scale this wall. But if you can spawn your wonderful little digibike, which I keep forgetting, digirunner, I say it wrong every time, you can actually jump higher than you think, because when you jump off of the bike, you get a little boost, and you can use that for more.